Hi and welcome to our tutorial. I know I've had quite a few emails and quite a few comments, and I have to show on my iPad here on my YouTube is the Rare Oddities Hingeless album. I don't have the album because it's sold right away, and that's one reason I never did get back to the tutorial, and I had some issues with a new computer and some of the videos didn't get saved, but that's the album that we're going to be doing. Let me just move this to the side. And to give you an idea of the pages, so these are the hingeless pages. And in the hingeless pages, this was the first one I ever did. This was like the inspiration of it all when I started making these, so I've upgraded a little bit. But you can see that you still have what appears as your hinge, but you have your pages. And they just cascade, so they don't need a lot of embellishments, but I've changed it now a little bit so that we can embellish to give us a little bit more room. But I wanted to give you an idea. Now when making these, in the Rare Oddities on the left hand side, I did a huge waterfall instead of another set of pages. But for these albums, they are great because you can put 2 sets of pages on either side, and you've got yourself 10 pages in an album, and makes a wonderful gift. And then I have the waterfall at the end of each page. So this is what we're going to be making, but we'll be following along with the Rare Oddities. So you can always go on to my YouTube, and follow that one so that you have an idea of what the Rare Oddities look like. Now to get started, I've already cut my cardstock, and I'll give you those measurements, and I already made one so that you would, I can show you some of what the pages will look like, and we'll build on them from there. So they are a little bit different. We will have some that are similar to pocket pages, and I'm going to make the next 4 on camera. And the reason being just so that you can get the hang of it. But I really do know once you get the hang of it, and if you're familiar with making waterfalls, you're going to see a lot of similarities. So you'll want 5 for this one to start with. And we're going to cut our pages at 8 1/2 by 7 1/2. You're going to want 5 of those. And I do get a lot of requests for written tutorials, but I don't do written tutorials. The amount of time that they take and photography would take away from my doing all these other videos, and I'm not that great at it. So I apologize, and I'll try and go slow so that you can get your measurements. So your pages are 8 1/2 by 7 1/2. Now here's where we're going to score all 5 pages. We're going to score at 1/2, and we're going to score again at 1, and we'll score at 1 1/2. Now also, I'm going to be using the craft on this because it is easier to see than black. And then also, I can still get the Rare Oddities single sheets. I can maybe get some embellishments. And I have a little bit left in my store at countrycraftcreations.com. But I'm going to be using the Halloween one, the one that they just released. And it's, what is it, the Alice one? I can't remember the full name. I apologize. So it goes, and it does go well with this colored cardstock. So then we're going to score again on this 7 1/2 inch side at 1/2, 1, and 1 1/2, 1/2, 1, 1 and 1/2, and again at 1, 1/2, 1, and 1 1/2. Now, if you've been watching some of my newer videos, you'll see that I have never been a glue lover, but boy, am I in love with this glue from Glitter Art. Where'd my bottle of glue go? It was, I just used it on my page. How on earth? There we go. And I am having trouble keeping it in stock, but it's coming in weekly. It's fabulous. So I will be using it when we do our hinges here. But I will not be using it. I'll be using score tape when we put it down on our base. So I'm now going to fold up all 3 of my score lines. And I like to just fold them against each other. Now you'll notice where the indent is. Well, I like to fold that over so that the raised part is on the inside. And when you fold your paper, you can tell the difference. So you'll want the raised bump underneath. And go ahead and just score everybody down. So what we have now is you have this first one, and this is where your adhesive is going to go. So you can use a wet adhesive. And this is the only glue I trust. I've tried a lot of glues. My design team members told me about it, and I'm totally sold. But you don't have a lot of time to work with it. It does dry quickly. So you want to get things folded over, and it pretty much, once it's down, it's down. Now the reason I do this is I like to have that reinforced part that will be down on our book. You'll notice how much stronger it is as we make our pages. So there's 2. Now our third one. Paper quality. If you're using a paper quality from Michael's or Joann's, you're going to be disappointed. It's just not strong enough. Now, Hobby Lobby has a
I think
paper.
that is an unfair charge.
Whoops.
And I've been in the party my entire life.
I
As you mentioned, I've worked in
apologize.
3 administrations. That's just...
My news channel came on. Well, that's really odd, kind of spooky thing. And I'm not starting over, so we'll just have to leave it in there. I am very sorry. If you are using, oh yeah, Hobby Lobby has a cardstock that's 110 pound, but I believe it only comes in black and white. That's what you want to use. If you can, I have the Cardabella in my store, and it's actually the only one I will use because it's very strong. Has a linen-like texture, so it is reinforced. It's a little more expensive, but also when you're making a keepsake, you want something that's going to last. Now, maybe if you're just practicing on this, go ahead and use your, cheaper papers. Or maybe you're comfortable with those papers and they work well for you. And then I'm just rescoring as I'm going. So I have 3 pages done, so I do have the one ahead of you. And I fold mine that way because I find it keeps my score lines a lot straighter when I fold against it for me. So once again, clean off my tip. Squishing it to the edges there. And I've made about 3 albums now with the glue, and I have no fears at all. I use a combination of the glue and score tape in areas. But so far, I've loved it. The albums have come out just gorgeous. No wrinkling of the paper. and no issues. Now, this will be my last page, so you'll have one more after this since I already had one made. For some reason, I can't get it. There we go. This is really, I'm telling you, I love their craft cards. I love all the Cardabella cardstocks. Try not to squish it out, but getting it to the edges there. Oh, and this glue dries perfectly clear. And when you do get it on the paper, it's not noticeable. It doesn't leave a shiny, wet look to it. And I've gotten it on some of my other colors, the red, even the black. Very happy with the fact that it doesn't show up. Let me see, I'm going to need to straighten that out just a hair. Okay, so there we have our 5 pages. And they have their 1/2 inch gusset, and then they have the 1/2 inch hinge. So let me just set those aside. Now this is where I use my 3/8 of an inch score tape. Just square that edge a hair. And I will be using the score tape to put my pages down. So I'm going to open it flat, and this is the piece that is doubled. And we're just going to put our score tape right along there. Now, if you make a lot of waterfalls, you're going to see how this is just patterned after a waterfall. But the larger pages, I did leave some overhang because we'll go back and I'm going to trim that so it's square with my page. Now I'll just turn this over and trim those edges off. This is one project where you do want your score tape, you know, nice to the top. You want the whole thing pretty much covered. Scissors as you go. Sorry, just gotta get this off my fingers. And our last one. No, that one's good. The next sheet of paper you'll need, right now I just cut mine 8.5. That's the same size as your pages, and it's our base. I'm not going to cut it till the end, and I'll show you why. It's just easier to figure it out this way, and then at the end you can decide how much of it you want sticking out, and I'll show you what I mean. So we're going to start with our first one, and I'm just going to release a corner. Now I do have this folded over, and I'm going to line it up with my base page, making sure top and bottom matches. And then these are the 2 1/2-inch pieces that I covered in the other album with the matching paper, so it looks as if it's a hinged album. And if you need to make that lay down a little bit flatter, go ahead and burnish those score marks. And as always, I just release the corner like that, because it's so much easier if you have to pull it up quickly to pull up a corner than it is to try and rip the whole thing off. Once again, just line it up from your top to your bottom. No, mine needs to go up just a hair. Now I've butted it right up there. And then I lost my tape. I'll just release the other end. And it's because I pushed down too hard. There we go. And push back. And we'll go back through. Make sure everything's crisp. Our folds and creases. Now if there's any sticking out, make sure you push it under. Just butt it right up there. Oh, my terrible arms, I'm sorry. Still have all my lovely scratches from the horse fence. Still look like I've been wounded. And this is my 4th page. Ah, lost it again. Just get it from this end. And our last page. Now, these are also great albums. If you do craft fairs, holidays are coming up. Craft fairs will be in full swing, I know, here in September, October, November, and some of December. So this is a great album to have done, because you can actually do an album a lot quicker. Now we're going to go back through. And you might have to do some refurnishing of that score mark. And you will see when you start looking at the bottom of your page, and I'll put it up here on camera and show you, you'll start seeing how it's starting to come together. Your gussets. Now, in the beginning, these are going to be kind of loose. You know, they're not laying perfectly still because we need to put a band down. Now I wanted to show you something else. There's a couple of things with doing a book this way that I think is really great. Waterfalls are wonderful. They can be small, but here you can also turn it this way and you can make yourself a huge 8.5 by 9-inch waterfall book, or you can turn it sideways. And here we have pages, and we're going to be doing this one as pages. Now, one other thing to look at, you can cut, I hope you can see, you can cut even with this very last page, and that's going to make your cover just a little bit smaller if you want. What I'm doing is I'm laying mine here in the cutter, the mat here for measurements. I'm getting all my pages pretty much lined up, because you should have that 1/2 inch between each. Okay. And then I'm just going to mark at 1/2 inch over. And that's where I'm going to cut my page. So now I'm going to have from the end to there. So I'm going to have it what appears to be another whole page. So I just need to put that in my cutter. Move my mouse so we don't have an issue. Just line it up. Cut it right off. All the pages, when we were cutting our pages, you'll want those scraps because we're going to be using these for pockets, flaps. Okay, now with this book especially, you have to basically make your pages first. So it has a little different. Then we're going to be making our cover. So I like my covers to be 1/2 inch wider and 1/2 inch longer. So this is 8.5. My cover is going to be 9 inches wide. And then it is going to be 8, because this is 8.5. So 8, 9 by, oh, it's going to be 9 by 9. That's, yeah, it is going to be 9 by 9 because I cut that out extra 1/2 inch. Now, if you make it flush right here, your cover is only going to be 8.5. Hope that makes sense. So I take from my last page, I add 1/2 inch, and that's my cover. So because I ended mine at 8.5, so now I'm going to cut 2 pieces of chipboard, 9 by 9. And I'm kind of having to do this as we go along because it's been a while since I made the other one. So we want 2 pieces of chipboard, 9 by 9. Then we need to have our it's kind of like our spine piece, and we need 2 of those. So we're going to cut those 9 inches, and I'll write those down here for you, by 1 and 7 1/8. We need 2 of those. Then we're going to need a 9 by 3 inch piece for our fold over. So if you did yours just like mine, you need 2 pieces of cardstock that are 9 by 9. You're going to need 2 more pieces of chipboard, 1 and 7/8 by 9. Now you can just round it up to 2 by 9 and you'll be fine. It's just that was my original measurements, but I am, for this album, I'll probably go ahead and just round mine up to 2 inches, but that is the original measurements. Hope that makes sense. And then I need a 9 by 3 inch for my fold over flap. Picked up some pearls along the way. So before we can build the rest of our album, like I said, you build this in a little bit of a different, where before I make my pages, I make my hinges, then I decorate my pages and put them in. Well, we're going to be making we are still going to make our pages. Get your chipboard ready, and then we're going to put these down before we start building on it because they get heavy. And then it's harder, it was harder for me to place it onto my chipboard, so I want to go ahead and do my chipboard next. One of the requests that I had was, how do I cut my chipboard? So I'm going to show you. This is my cutter, and it is very large. There's a lot of videos. It's a Dolly 550. I did get it on Amazon. And I went ahead and cut 2 pieces of the chipboard, so I want to show you. What I do is I put my chipboard in my cutter. You'll love this. And if you make a lot of albums, it's about $100, but it's worth it. 2 years, I haven't bought a blade for it, and I don't have to worry about anything being straight anymore. And so now I need to cut my 3 inch by 9 inch piece, and I need to just cut another 9 by 9. So what I do is and I know it's hard to see my markings, but I have a 12 inch piece of chipboard. So I'm just going to move it up to 3 inches because it's 12. And I just put my arm, whoops, sometimes I move it so it has this handy dandy little guide here. And I know the picture isn't great, but it's just so big to get in there. So now I'm just going to put it down, and we're going to slide a little bit because I am on top of my other cutter. Not my cutter, but my mat. So we'll just move that one. And I just take that out. So now I have my 3-inch piece. Just need to put it down at 9. Cut it off. Then I'll put this one in. Like I said, I pretty much just lay on it because it just gives me an extra hold on cutting it because it is kind of a thick chipboard. So that's what my cutter does, and that's how I cut my chipboard. And like I said, if you're making more than, you know, 1 album or 2 albums a month or other projects, it's fantastic because you don't ever have to buy blades. And you never have chewed up ends. So one day when I can get a bigger wide angle camera, I'll try and do videos where that's all in there so you can see it being used. But there are some good videos already on YouTube for that. Oh, I guess that isn't at 9. Let me cut it again. Check it again. Nope, it's not. So now I have 2 9x9 pieces. I have my 9x3. And I have my 2 pieces, and I went ahead and just cut them at 2 inches by 9, or you can do 1 7/8 if you want a smaller spine there. And I have my extra 3-inch piece for another project. So now I do need to move this out of the way. And I'm going to need my 12x12 cardstock. And I'm going to need 3 pieces. Now I'm going to go ahead and cut my cardstock down because I want 1 inch at the top and I want 1 inch at the bottom. And I like to already have it pre-cut. So I'm going to go ahead and cut it down to 11, just taking 1 inch off. And that's the other thing. I did just cut all those at once. So it really makes it convenient. After you cut your 3 pieces, and it does take 3 because of the size. I'm going to try and get most of this in camera. We're going to join our sides together with our 1/4 inch score tape. Make sure you're putting it here on the 11-inch side, not your 12-inch side. And then just overlap. And then we'll do our next one. Just move this one down. And then the same thing. Excuse me. We'll put it here on our 11-inch side. But you know, I'll be honest with you, I really never cough until I get on camera. I don't cough. I don't make mistakes, right? And then we just get on camera and it's like, okay, everything's ended now. It's like when we get on the phone, the kids always know it. Okay, so after I took off the score tape, I just want to overlap it again. Finish those babies down. We have to lay out our chipboard. We know we have a front and a back cover. And then we have one of our spines. Now here's what happens when we make our albums that have a closure magnetic over here. Oh, do you know what? I'm just looking over at my video. This didn't have the 3-inch closure. Well, good thing that was a scrap, because actually we need a 7-inch closure. Let me grab another piece of chipboard. Good thing I've got the iPad on next to me, so I saw that, forgot, this one has that more of a fold over. So I'm going to have to move this way down. Move the mouse. Don't want to turn it off. Okay. I am clear here at the end. Let's see if we can get you down here with my back cover. It's important, really important, that you leave at least an inch. Just let me grab my quilting ruler. Mark it at an inch. That's as far down as I can go. That looks like we're going to move it. I like to have these spines right here on these joins where we joined our paper. Move my coffee cup. Move the light. Okay, what I'm doing now is just laying it out, and I think we lucked out because the next spine piece, hit that right in the middle, and pull the camera over this way as far as it will go. And this is my new 7 by 9 inch piece, which I don't feel bad because I didn't make you waste anything. So, but you will need the 3 12 by 12 pieces of cardstock, so you can cut 7 by 9, and it's going to pretty much take up this whole 3 sheets of 12 by 12. And we're going to start. I need to move my coffee cup, water bottle, everything here. I'm going to start down here at this end, and I'm not really worried about what's going to be left here. We'll trim it. I do like to use my quilting ruler because it keeps me at that inch at the bottom. And the other thing that I'm going to use are my sheets of score tape. And I love the score tape sheets because they fit on these big white spots. And I'm not using my roll, and I'm saving my hand a little bit because it does get tiresome when you're making a lot of albums. And you just cut this on your cutter just like you do paper. Because it's only 8.5 and we have 9, I will be putting a strip of 1/4 inch just here at the bottom. And then when I cut it, I had those little pieces left right here, and I'll just cut these to fit our spine pieces. But let me tell you, this just speeds the process up. I don't have to turn off the camera, because I know nobody wants to sit through all of this score tape when you're just applying score tape. I do use this, especially on the cover, and it might be overkill, but once you use it, you're going to see how much nicer everything lays smooth. If you're ever wallpapered a room, then you would totally understand. I am going to cut these down. Because when you wallpaper, you have to have glue on the whole surface. In order for it to lay nice. And basically that's what you're doing here. You're wallpapering the back of your chipboard. But you still can use your glue. I mean, of course, we all have our personal preferences. But for me, this is just a time thing also. And then for my last one, I'm going to cut my score tape down to the 7. And then see, I still have this nice big piece left. And I will be using it for the inside. But remember, this is not a necessity. It's just a convenience. You're going to still need your 1/4 inch score tape. That's what I use for my spacing. Now let's go ahead and just lay things out like they're supposed to be so we don't get them messed up. So we have 9x9 cover, front and back. We have spine and spine. So you know, you can actually stop here. Move these two. You can stop here if you don't want your book to fold over. So you could stop here and actually just have it a book, just a normal book. And then we're going to have here, but I want this to fold over because it gives us a lot more room and it really makes for that cool cover. Okay, so I'm going to start with the spine piece. You can draw a line. I just use my ruler. One reason I like the quilting ruler is the length of it. I put my arms there. It holds it steady. I don't have to measure. I don't have to worry. I know that it's going to be 1 inch from the bottom, 1 inch from the top. No more crooked chipboards. Okay, I'm going to hold that down tight with my forearms. And put that down. Now for our sides. On each side, I put a 1/4 inch. This is what's going to give me the gap that I need so that my paper does not split and tear, and I've used this for years. It really makes a difference. Just tear that off. I am going to remove it. Well, I'm going to leave it on just to show you with the placement of my chipboard. I'll take it off. But you do want to take it off before we start folding over our cardstock. And the other thing it serves is it's going to serve by pulling the paper down and holding it when we're putting the inside cover on so that you have a really nice finished look. This was a little bit big, so I just need to make sure nothing's hanging over the edge. Now I'm going to put my chipboard right to the edge of the score tape. Man, my lighting is just terrible tonight for some reason. Holding down the ruler, setting my chipboard up against, and then I have a nice square. And you do want to remove that, like I said. It's going to serve the other purpose while we're putting down the inside. So I'm just going to remove this now that you saw where I put it. And let's move my ruler down. I'm going to put my other 9x9 piece of chipboard down. Get my ruler lined up with the bottom of the paper. you know, using just tools like your ruler, or just makes the process just go along so much better. I'm going to have to kind of be at an angle because of the length. Oh, there went my water bottle. I need to start having sippy cups. But we just got the chipboard, so we're good. We're good. Whew, that could have been dangerous. Again, score tape. On the side of our chipboard. I'm removing the backing. And let's remove the backing of our next spine piece. So you have two spine pieces, and that's how we get our cover to fold over. Lining it up with the edge of our score tape. And another piece of the 1/4 inch. And my 7 by 9 inch piece of chipboard is next. Okay, let me remove this. Now, when you look at this, you've got a perfectly spaced all the way through. Everything's the same, and then you have a perfectly square chipboard lined up, and you have a water bottle that's spilled on your paper. So, next thing we need to do is cut these ends off. I've shown before, you can take your ruler and you can just go down with a X-Acto knife or a box. I use box cutters. They're stronger. They seem to last longer. But I'm just going to put this in my cutter. Oops, there goes that leg. I'm going to mark both edges using my quilting ruler. And I'm just going to cut that right off. Okay, got one end and now my other end. Okay, now what I like to do is I like to just push my chipboard up against the paper, or you can go along with it with your bone folder, but you don't want to really push hard. And I'll show you, I will be using my bone folder again, or we can do it now actually, where we've joined our paper, because with this Cartabella, I need to pretty much break those fibers, kind of soften them up, because you're looking at a double layer, and it sometimes likes to pop. I will be using the glue and my score tape. Just make sure that is open. Okay, should be good. And I'm going to go along the top with my 1/2 inch score tape. and you won't be able to see, but I'm doing the same things along the side here. And then along the bottom. Just all the way across. For the top of the chipboard, you can even use a 1/4 inch. I just grabbed the 3/8 of an inch. I'm going to go along the top. I'm going all the way around, bottom, sides, and I'm not cutting it in between the seams because the score tape is very thin once we take off the backing, and that's just an extra step I don't do. Make sure everything's down. Corners. Okay, this is where I like to cut my corners of the paper. Making sure, a couple of things, you can bend it over this way and get yourself a fold to follow. That should give you an 1/8 to 1/4 inch from your chipboard. Or you can wing it. Both ways work. Now, there's a trick that I've been doing, and I learned it. Terry of Terry Scrapbooks did a video tutorial for Country Craft Creations. Just lovely, and it's still up on, it's still available. If you go to our store page, countrycraftcreations.com, it's a free tutorial. Look at the bottom, and it gives you the link. She did it using the Graphic 45 enchanted paper, just gorgeous. Well, there was a trick I picked up from her using the glue, and it seems to have made it really a lot simpler when you fold your paper over because it softens the paper around the chipboard, and I'll show you. So go ahead and remove all your score tape. Plus, it makes a really nice finish, I think, along the top. So taking my glue, and I am just putting a line right next to the score tape or chipboard, as close to it as I can get. Like I said, it seems to soften it, and she uses it with Graphic 45 paper and folds it over with no cracking. She's very talented. I don't know how. I have never been able to get my Graphic 45 paper to not crack. But she does. And actually, I love this little trick. Got an angle. It just, I don't know, it really seems to smooth it out along the chipboard and makes for just a beautiful finish. I'm just taking my hand around there, making sure the glue's down. Let's turn it over. And I'm going to do the same thing, just taking my glue along this edge. It's another thing I like about this art glue. It has this wonderful tip that comes with it. Okay. Again, I'm just going to push these guys up. Now, when I bring my paper over, I'm actually pulling. I'm pulling it as if it was a fabric because, well, paper is. And if you get something like that, that's fine. Pull it. Just get it over that edge. Make sure it's nice and snug. Just get those little wrinkles out. My hand across the top of the chipboard, and then you'll see what a nice smooth finish this gives you. Now this is a little bit of a long piece to work on, so I do have it again at an angle. Before we do the glue, I pull this back. Okay, let's just get that over that chipboard. Actually going to trim. I'm going to trim that down. And once again, now after you get those corners, if you're using a glue, go ahead and get it on those bent over pieces. That's going to help hold them down even more. Just work your paper over, give it a pull. And then make sure, see how smooth? I just love it. So thank you, Terry. It's really made a difference. So I'm going to pull that back. And you know, on your corners and little places like this, just take your time. I know sometimes it can get aggravating because it's not going or doing what you want, but it will. Just don't be afraid to push on your paper. And get some adhesive there. Move that out. And then over we go. So everything's flat. Okay, now I'm just going to go over it on the chipboard side again to make sure my edges are down. Okay, I don't like to use that bone folder. This is actually, I love this bone folder. I took those diamonds off because they were a pain, but it's a wonderful bone folder. But it has too many sharp edges. I like this one, and it has this end that's kind of a beveled. Just love it. Now what I'm going to do is in these areas where you've got the score tape, you're going to have that paper grab a hold of the tape and then just bend it over. Now because see I have space there, right now I can bend my album completely over. No cracking, no breaking, no issues, because I left that space. You won't be able to bend it that easy once we get our top in on here, of course, but you're going to really see a difference leaving that space. Now if you don't have score tape, just measure as you're going along. So I'm going to turn my book. It's easier to work. I'm sure you hear my dog. I have an older dog. The closer it gets to dinner time, she wants to eat like now. But she'll wait. She hears me talking, so again, you should be able to fold it flat because you have that space. Now, this is how the book goes. Our 7-inch side needs to be on your right hand side. It will fold up like this. Now this is where you can decide. In the original book, I didn't use magnets. It has a tie. So what I did is I have my, there we go. I have a tie closure. And if you're going to do a tie closure, you're going to want to put it down before you put the inside down and decide what ribbon you want to use. And sorry, I'm just trying to even this up here. Something it's off for some reason. It looks crooked to me. It's really odd, but it does look crooked. So we'll have our tie ribbon here, and then I had it come from the spine, and it tied in the middle. So that is our cover on the outside. Now we need to do our inside. So now we want to cover all of this again with our pattern paper. And if I remember right, this is 9, so we're going to cut 3 more pieces of this. I'm going to cut it just at 8 7/8. Then I'm going to lay it down, check it top to bottom. What I'm looking for is to see how much border, and actually I'm going to go another 1/16 of an inch shorter. Because you don't want it to hang over the edge at all. Okay, now I'm going to cut another piece. Matching it up, making sure it's the same width, because it will overlap just a hair. And actually, we're going to turn the book. Our 7-inch piece is going to be at the left-hand side. Because of the way our hinges are, we don't want this to hit it where it ends there. We don't want it to end in a hinge, basically. So now that will tell us what we need to cut for our last piece. And I don't think I have enough scraps, so I'm just going to cut another piece down to the same width. And when we get there, then I'll know exactly how much that I need to cut off. I am going to use, again, my full sheets, especially during recording, it helps to see. So I need to move that, and I'm going to just take my full sheet on top of here, and again, place it down, because it really does make for a nice finish. But because it's too short, and I'm using 12 inches, I do need to go on this edge. And along the bottom. Ugh, don't have enough of that one. So I'm going to open. Let me take this off. Make sure it's down. I'm going to take that off. I'm just going to add another piece at the bottom. Like I said, you may, this may look like overkill, but I really like the finished look it gives. You don't see the lines of the score tape. It's quite heavy paper, so I'm going to lay it down, leaving that little spot at the top, little at the bottom. Right now I'm just going to go around the edges. And then my next piece, I'm going to overlap it just about 1/2 of an inch. Again, I'll need to put this down. And the only reason I want to put it along the bottom here is you really do need to have it along the edge, or it's going to raise or get, messed up, because it needs to be completely down. Alright, let's move it down this way. Like I said, again, overlapping it about 1/2 inch, just making sure we're going on straight. For my last piece, all we need to do is figure out, running out of space here, So we want it to the edge, but then we don't need this whole piece. So I'm just going to give it a little bit of a mark, and I'm going to cut that off. You know, I think I did cut my chipboard off there. I did. It is a little crooked, but it will be fine. I'm just going to lay this on top. Make a mark. The dog, I cannot get over how she barks and barks like that. Most dogs will just come find you. Mine sits up there and barks. Okay. Could have not cut that so far, but that's okay. Then at the top and the bottom. This time I'm going to take the cover off. I'm just going to go around the edge. Alright, and I want to make sure I'm matching. Mine is going to be a little odd over here. I'm going to have to do some inside decorating, which is fine. I have a little off just a hair. Okay, now once we have our cover done on the inside, you'll see how much sturdier it's becoming. Now you're going to want to look for your, there we go, places where we're bending, your creases. And again, take your bone folder very gently and encourage it down into that score tape, and don't push too hard. You'll feel it grab. Now see, you won't be able to put your album all the way down. And I'm pushing with my back hand, helping my book to fold. And just go slow, go gently, because I'll tell you what, if you poke it, you're going to be upset. Now you'll see it starting to take the shape of the book. Now I just open it up because we have to do these other two. And now this side. Now, depending on your cardstock, you probably, there are some cardstocks you can, pattern ones to use. I just don't because of cracking issues. Now, I need to show you something on mine. Okay, the original book, I had this piece come out on top. And I don't know if you can notice it. I do notice it. It's driving me crazy. Just see how it kind of goes at an angle. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the 7-inch piece on the inside, and I'm going to have this on the outside. So when you open it, we'll have all this room still. I'm just reversing it because I don't like the way I cut that a little off. My chipboard, I didn't cut it straight. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to use magnets on mine, whereas you should have already put down your, remember, I hope you remembered to put down your ribbon if you're going to have a tie underneath here. Now if you didn't, it's okay, because we're still going to put down pattern paper. And so either way, it'll still be okay. I'm trying to decide. I could use magnets and even that up, actually. Okay, I have time to decide there. So we'll come back. Now, our next page, or I mean our pages now. This is where we want to go ahead and put our pages down. And you'll notice you only have 1/4 of an inch at the top and 1/4 inch at the bottom. Then you have 1/4 inch on the left and right, and they'll fit very nice. You can use your score tape. You can probably use a wet adhesive. I have these two guys left over. I'm going to use them. Just need to cut a hair off. And then I have these pieces left over, so I will be using these from the score tape. So I'm going to just go ahead and put them down. And you don't really have to go completely edge to edge with this one, but I can get close. And you can either fill this in with your glue. You can use these pieces of score tape that, if you're using the sheets, were cut off. And that's what I'm going to do, just to use them up. And I never throw these away. Ever. Okay, we're just going to make sure it's down. Now don't worry about it. Remember, oh, don't put this down. Remember, our pages look a little crooked. That's, yeah. Straighten them up. Do not put this down. Like I said, it's been a while. We need to make the band. So you have your pieces here. You can decide how wide you want it. I'm actually just going to leave mine this width. This was one of the pieces that we cut off. So I'm thinking it's 3.5. And just learning from experience, I am taking this almost all the way over to this edge. Like I said, from experience, I've learned it holds the book better if you go clear to that edge. We'll have a magnet underneath there. So center it where you want it. Line up your pages. They'll line up better as we go. And you can go ahead and score this, or you can just bend it. Whoops, bend it. And this is, I know where it's hard to see. Okay, so I have about 1/8 of an inch. From here. Now I'm just trying to get it crooked. I am going to put my paper in now that I have an idea. So I want that to be straighter. So it looks like at 5/8 is where mine hit. And then I'm going to score it again for. I want to have a 3/8 of an inch. Gosh, that light's terrible. There we go. I want to have a 3/8 of an inch space in between those two. So now that I've gotten my fold perfectly straight, and I don't need all this I'm just going to cut it in half. And I want that gusset because our pages are going to fill up. Okay, once it's where you want it, I'm just holding this down. I'm going to remove the score tape backing halfway up here. Turn it over. Now you have a gusset there. So because your pages are going to grow. So now you have enough space there. And then I'm going to take off the rest of the score tape backing, and then I'm just going to use glue on that piece. Okay. Now, holding it down, let me get up here, about 1/4 of an inch all the way around, making sure it's straight. Let's just get everything burnished down. Your pages. Be much easier to see once we start putting the pattern paper on. And then we're going to go ahead with our large magnets, because if you don't do it now, we're going to forget. Trust me, if you follow my tutorials, I'm going to forget. And I just need to get, this is one of my rescued magnets from another project that I pulled them off, so I don't really want to open another new one. But boy, when they get together, they stick. It's basic grays. And there we go. Now, what I'm going to have to do is take the backing, the rest of the glue off here. I have to use the other side. What this was is I did a project and something must have happened. It didn't turn out the way I wanted, so I pulled them off. There we go. But I never ever throw them away. So the one that has my backing, I'm going to go ahead and take it off. And I'll just set it. I'm setting this more about 1 inch or more from that edge, because we're going to have some bulk added, so we need some room for it to move. Add a piece of score tape. But that's not where it's going to go. I am actually going to put this down, not on the top page, but on this next page. in order for it to help hold down more pages. There we go. And it went on crooked. So you might have to readjust. Having some issues here, of course. Never mind. We're going to put it down at the top. I like to at least put it underneath that top cover, but because then it helps hold down these back ones. But this is strong enough; it'll be fine. I'm just okay. The magnet's not. There we go. Wanting to hold. So I'm just going to make sure it does hold. And what I'm doing is I'm putting score tape on each one. And like always, I don't take out my boo-boos because I make a lot of them and I would just be editing day and night, and I figure I might make that mistake that you made, and so you can see it is totally fixable. Okay, so now when we close it, I said I think mine might go inside. Now we have room on the left-hand side for our waterfall, and then we'll have room on this side for the, oh my goodness, I had the other thing. I need to look at the picture. It's a accordion. There we go. It had the accordion. So there is the page construction and the album construction, and I have to charge in the iPad so I can check out the rest of the pages that I made since I don't write things down, and I'll get back and we'll start making more of it. Okay, when looking at the album, when you open the album, you'll notice on the left-hand side, because our pages are on the right, is where the waterfall was. So for your waterfall, so I already cut it out. Like I said, once again, I don't have written instructions. I guess I should, but I don't, because I just do a project to move on. Our base is 6 by 7. That's what we're going to build our waterfall on. We're going to build the waterfall just like a waterfall, and just like we did our pages. Now you're going to want 5 pages. 3, 4, 5. I take that back. Yeah, 5 pages that are, I'm missing something here. 3, 4, okay, 5 pages that are 5 by 5. Actually, you want 6, you want 7 pages. So I have to cut one more 6 by 5. Oh, I think did I? No, it's too small. Okay, now on our pages, I'm just going to put the base aside. We're going to score 1/2 inch on the 5-inch side. So we have, let me make sure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I have my 7. Now for the top piece, it's 6 inches, of course, but it's also 7 inches long. Let me show you how I did it. Now you can use, I do believe I used my Cricut. I've since put my Cricut in the closet and I just used dies. It just gave me too much problems and I just don't have the patience. And my dies, I can put them in. So here's what I did to get that look. Using my ruler and just starting here in the corner. So you can actually make this your own design. I drew my lines, no set, no set lines. Stopped this one before we got to the bottom. Then I just continued on. Took my ruler from there and just went up, then all the way down here, up, down, up. We'll also need to use this for our pattern on our pattern paper. And then I'm going to just hand cut it out. I know, a little unconventional, huh? I'm going to cut inside, hopefully, of my pencil marks. so that I don't have to do any erasing. And when you're cutting points, it is easier just to go all the way down. If you've drawn your line all the way down. Now, if you have crooked, I believe I cut that with one of the Halloween, like, I don't totally remember. Besides, this is a Halloween album. It can be a little spooky and fun looking. Now, you'll want to use this for your pattern paper. Let me just straighten that up. So we're not looking for perfection here. So what I will do when I pick out the pattern paper, I will lay my pattern paper down. And then I will trace it. And I'll cut it the same way. And then if I have to make it shorter, I'll do it from the top. Or you can just leave it squared. You don't have to give it that, you know, Halloween-y look. And just get the marks off, but you can. Or you can use a die. Actually, you can use any, you know, any that you like. Now, the thing with this is it's going to go on this outside here. And so now we want to build the waterfall onto our base. So we've scored 1/2 inch. And because I am not using such a large, or it's not such a large space, I'm just going to go ahead with my wonderful art glitter glue. I use score tape on my pages because I want those to be super, super secure. I'm sure this will be, though. Then line everything up. Now I believe we'll be getting 5 of these. Got it right up there, right to the bottom. Whoops. I have to hurry and move this because it doesn't. You get just like one move with this art glitter glue and then it's down. Let me double check. Yeah, one more. Our 5th one. I had a rag down here. I'll just use my finger. Where did I put it? All right, so let's bring all of our pages down. We have the 5. Just rescoring them as I go to make sure they're down. What did I do here? So my top one is shorter than the rest of mine for some reason. Let me see. Yes. No, it's not. That. Okay, this is really odd. Do you see the difference from there to there? Ah, this one is longer. It's my middle one. I must have grabbed. Just get these guys all measured. And then this one's short. Well, what on earth did I do? Okay, well, you know, it kind of fits the theme. Not sure what I did, but I think I can live with it. I will make the best use of it and probably jagger up my edges. Okay, now we have the other ones now going up. So now we're going to start, let's see, here at the bottom. And we'll put our first one down here. And so now we're just building our waterfall basically upside down. No, it's off. Gotta re-glue. Okay, that's better. Okay, so now we have our waterfalls. Open this one, and we have those two go in. So actually, that's okay. It'll work for me. And then it doesn't really show that that one's too short. That's a plus. Now your top one here. Let me show you. Though that's the only thing mine will show there. So let me see. And you can play with this. You may not. Let me see. I really did something different here. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're still good. So here's what happened. This one is going to go down. You can have them both come down if you want, and then they both can go up. I'm going to have that one go inside, so you can kind of play with them and put them where you want. That one will go, and then that one on top. That kind of covers up my little boo-boo here from here to here, and it makes it not quite so prominent, but it's still okay when we do that. So this now is going to actually, we're going to just fold this over, and it's going to sit right on top of here. I'm just going to grab a hold of this so I can get edge to edge. Now the reason I want it to sit on top, because there's no way you don't want to wrap it. It's just your your little waterfall's too thick. Actually, that's going up that way to cover. I don't want that seam to show, or that one waterfall. I want it to look like one piece. I need to back up just a hair. I did one of my famous forget to turn on the camera. So we made the waterfall, and I did not realize again that I had not turned on the camera. So what I did is I put my pattern paper down, and then I put my waterfall. And I did make it and talked about it and showed it. I just didn't have the camera on. So I apologize. But before you do put your waterfall down, make sure you put your pattern paper down. So now we're going to move on over to this side. And for this side, we want to make that accordion. Let me move my camera just a hair. We want to make the accordion file pocket folder. Let me put this aside. And for our file pockets, you're going to need to cut 3. Sorry, the glue I got on there. I need to just, there you go. You're going to cut 3 8 by 7 inch. Because I thought I was filming, I had already made one. So 3 8 by 7 inch pieces of your cardstock. Then you're going to score these on the 7 inch side at 1/2, 1/2. Turn and score again at 4. So after we get that scored, all 3 of them, you're going to go ahead and fold this in half. And then we'll want to score each end. And burnish those really well. And then go ahead and open it up. What we're going to do now is we're going to cut just this bottom part here off. And you're going to want to cut it on this inside line. Go on the inside of that score. Cut to the middle line. Don't go over it, but turn it and angle it. Now I turn mine over. It's just easier for me to cut that way. On the inside, turn it and angle it. Now we want to make sure when this is laying down that when we fold over our ends that we have a nice flat fit, that you don't have, you know, buckling. And since that does fit really well, I'm going to go ahead with my adhesive. Oh, before you do, sorry. Let's just miter these at the top. Just gives it a more finished look. Now we can use our adhesive. And the other side. And as you can see, I don't take the glue right up to the edge, because if you do, it just squishes out. Let me grab one of the wipes. Have it handy this time. And I like to actually let my wipes sit out a little bit. I don't like them to be really wet, but they are lint free. So that's the nice thing. Now we have 2 of those. Let's get our 3rd one. And now this side. And we'll do the same thing on the inside. Pivot and cut. And then again, let's make sure everything fits. No buckling. And I can see a little bit, so I'm just going to take a little bit more off. And that's why I don't worry about hand cutting this. It's going to be sitting inside of our flaps. So if you cut a little bit crooked, it won't even show. And let's miter our corners. Apply the adhesive. Now, to put our pockets together, I will use score tape. And the reason being, I know store tape has a little give, and we need to have a little bit of that accordion fold there. I mean, to pull. Now, one thing I want to do is this is a piece I had left over from my cover piece that I put underneath my waterfall. And I'm going to cut this. Let me double check. Oh, I don't know if it's going to be long enough. Because we want to, what I want is just to cover these ends. This is 4 inches long, so I'm going to cut this down. And I'm actually just cutting it about 1/16 of an inch shorter. And so, that's not my cutter. Let me grab the cutter. Okay, so what I'm going to do is cut 1-inch pieces. And for each one, I need to have 2. And it looks like, let's see if I'll get another one. Oh, I will. I won't have to cut another sheet. Oh, I might have to. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, no, I think we're going to make it. So there's my second pocket. And my third. Yay. I love it when I can use up every piece of paper. Okay, now we're going to take our 1-inch pieces. And we're just going to score at 1/2. Now on these, because we're going to be putting them on the inside, they won't be seen. You don't have to ink, or you want, you know, if you don't want, you don't have to do your, oh goodness, here, distressing, but I'll show you. I'm just going to do the tops and the bottoms. You can make these all different. You can do them all the same. They don't show a lot, but I like them better than that. Just plain sides. So I'm just going to do the tops and the bottoms. I am going to go ahead and use my wet adhesive for this. Never have on this one before. So you want to check it, make sure it's just top to bottom. You don't want any overhang. Center it. So I'm holding this down quite tightly. I'm going to do this side first. Make sure it's good and down. And then just turn it over. And if I was using score tape, I would do this the exact same way. I would hold down one side, remove the score tape, so I don't get it off centered. And again, just get it centered on our page or our little pocket. Other side. Whoops. Squished a little too hard. That's what I love about this art glue. Even if you do get it on your page, it's not going to leave a shiny glue mark. It's made so it's extremely clear, or almost just a matte transparent under your glitter. But it's a fabulous, fabulous adhesive. And like I mentioned before, I'm not a glue person, but I am now. I could have gone up a little higher with this one. Right there in the center. Look into the edges with my bone folder. With these accordion pockets, you can also add more than 3. I have put 5 in my recipe albums before, and they're great to have in the recipe albums. Or you can make these in a little wallet album, and this is a great recipe holder, I mean a coupon holder, if you still use coupons. I know with the technology, everything's basically on our phones, but there's still some coupons out there. And our last one. Now on these, we're going to have, you will need your ruler. We're going to have just a little bit of measuring to do. Clean up the glue tip. So I'm going to start with this one. Then using your ruler, you just want to mark an inch from the bottom. Now, if you make these bigger, sorry, I've lost my pencil. If you make these bigger, you want to measure more, but because these are only 4-inch, we're going to go an inch. Just draw a line. Now on our middle one, we want to draw a line front and back. And then this is our last one. And I just want it on one side. And let me just fix that. Oh, I didn't put glue on it. I'm going to say, wait a minute. Might happen if I put glue on it to begin with. Okay, so now I'm going to turn this over. Whoops. Oops, sorry, that was my chair. And using my score tape, I have to open a new one. I'm just using 3/8. You can use a quarter. I don't have a quarter in my stuff here, and I just didn't want to get up and get one. And it doesn't matter because I'm going to, you'll just use more of your 1/4 inch if you're going to use 1/4 inch. So I'm just going to go around here, leaving this free. Fill in the middle. Now this is our middle one, so this is, we have marked this on both sides. So we're going to want to apply, oh goodness, you know what, you don't have to do both sides. What was I thinking? I wasn't thinking. Hold on. Like I said, it's been a while. We don't need. Oh wow, I'm losing it. Sorry. So actually, that's all the score tape we need. These won't show. No one's gonna even know it's there, so might help if I make these more often, huh? So here's our top one. It's going to stick to this one. So we're going to go ahead and remove the score tape. For me, I'm just filling in here. I want to just, for my own kind of like test, after it's put together, I want to see how well it holds in those areas. But you do want some give. So now we're just going to line them up with each other. And when you have a good quality cardstock, you can do that once. Okay, let's line this up, laying it down this time. And get inside that pocket. And you'll see on our sides how they're not attached. And you don't want them attached because you want that accordion. Remove the back here. And these two now we're going to line up with our third one. Get our bone folder in there. Now you see you have an accordion fold. We want to go ahead and put this in our book, and then another thing is you'll want to cover the front of this, but I won't do that right now. And I'm going to have the back, well, it's not really the back, it's this, my 7 by 9 inch piece. I'm going to have it match the front, so it's going to be the same blue page, Uncommon Nonsense from Halloween in Wonderland. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that to fit. And this time I'm getting it on camera. I'm so glad I didn't get the last one. Now I knew I've got a problem here with apparently the way I cut my chipboard, if you remember. It's a little bit off. I don't think it's this one. I think it's this back piece or other top piece is off. This one looks pretty square. So I'm going to go ahead and ink my edges because you want to have your pattern paper down before you put that down. I'm just going to see how the art glue does. Because this is a bigger space, I just want to take my little nozzle off. Put that back on. Have your cloth ready, or sometimes you'll have that come through. Making sure my corners are down. And then that's going to fit right here about, I'm going to take it in about an inch from the bottom. Now I do have to turn mine sideways just because of the angle of everything. And I'm going to put in this middle section my score tape. I'll probably use a little bit of a combination of glue also. Just throw my 1/2 inch down there. And what I'm doing is I'm just staying in this perimeter where there's no paper, and I'm going all the way to the bottom this time. Move our backing. I'm going to hold that down. And once you have it down, I'm just going to turn mine sideways here, get in there with my bone folder, more of a flatter one. Make sure it's down, and yes, I'm pulling mine back up. Because I really did get one end up a little bit crooked. No, I'm not letting you see it. It's an absolute mess, but you're not even going to notice it. So hold on here. Let me just fix this. I happen to go a little crooked on one end. What's new? Still crooked. Sometimes I think when I work with stripes, it just, I get that illusion, and it's sometimes not, but it just really seems like it was. So I did rip that off. Tons of paper did come, but because I just straightened it back up underneath, see, you don't even know. Okay. And there is your accordion pocket. And then inside we'll make the tags. So you've got plenty of leftover, just plenty. Some of them actually are going to be almost the perfect size. Now I cut it at 5 7/8. Let me see how well that fits. Actually, I'm going to take it down just a hair more. So I took mine to 5 7/5. There we go. And this was one I had left over at 4 1/2. And you should have quite a few of those pieces left. Now you can cut these down, or you can have them stick out long like that. And see, I had all these from when I cut, when I cut for our pages. So let me just cut this. And there we have now our file, our little cards, which will hold a really nice 3x5 photo or 5x7 cut down even that go inside there. So as you can see, it'll still close nice. You'll have just a little bit of space, or you can have your waterfall on top. So the choice is going to be yours. So now we're going to work on our pages. We're going to start on the pages, but we will be doing a little page matting as we go. I used this punch on this first page. You don't have to. You can use any punch. One reason I used this in the original video is because I tied a really thin ribbon around it and tied it in the middle on the pocket. So I'll set that aside. And you'll want your book. So our first page right here, of course, when I did the other album, I had 8x8s. I don't for this one, but you're going to need a whole piece of cardstock, and then I'm going to use this one. What I'm going to do is basically cut it. So this part will be on the flap. This part will be underneath. I want to grab this Alice mostly. I'll have to cut him off, but he'll go on the inside. So I'm going to kind of utilize this whole page on this whole little piece to get the picture effect, basically. So on mine, you've got your pages now. So our pages with all of our scoring, they measure 6 inches. Which makes it really easy to work with too. And it kind of saves on some paper. So you can get a lot more out of one sheet of your 12x12 if that's what you're using. So I only want my flap to come about halfway. So I'm going to cut this 4, and I believe we have 7.5. Oh no, 8.5. That's right. We had done 7.5 by 8. So me and hitting the keyboards, even if they're a mile away from me, and turning off the video, I'm sorry. So our pages are 6. I just want this about halfway, maybe a little bit more. So I'm going to cut this 4 by 8.5. Okay. Close my book a little bit. Score my edge here at 1/2. And keeping in mind, you know, I don't have the original album, so our sizes are going to be just a hair different. Let me see, I may want to make this a little bit bigger. I do. I'm going to cut this. We're still going to use this, but I'm going to cut it at 4.5. I do want it to come out probably another 1/2 inch to 1 inch. So actually I'm going to go 5 by 8.5. So you have 2 different sizes, 2 different choices. I just want mine to be wider. And then I did go a little bit shorter. Half inch still on the side. Goodness, it's the problem with when you're working with the book instead of your flat pages. So I'm just going to look now and see, and it'll just depend on how much you want looking out. I had a skeleton in the last one that I really wanted to showcase, and that was one of the reasons I made this a little bit shorter. But again, that's, you know, totally up to you. Now, one other thing that's going to be nice is our magnets there, so it will hold your flap shut also. So I'm happy with it. I'm not mitering my corners because I did cut mine a little bit shorter. It's not quite top to bottom. I did that on purpose. Again, that's just a personal preference thing. And I'm turning this way to put my page down right on top. Now, because the pocket that I had made to go inside, it is not a normal scored the 3 sides. I want to put my paper down first, so I need to cut this at 6. By 8.5. So that's going to be like that. Now this is where you have to watch what you're cutting, because I turned my paper and cut my left side. Now I need to cut it from the right side. So I have the rabbit and the clock on this side. And it's 4.5. And that's how I did my one with the original one. The bunny here, and let me just trim a little more at the top. Oh, almost cut too much off the top. It would have been really sad. Stand up. Still not. Needs to come off just a hair more. I like that. One thing I don't want to do, I'm going to just grab a scrap piece here. Not sure I want black. I think I'm going to go, so this is going to be kind of a dual color maybe. Yeah, I want to stick with the vintage photo so it blends in more. I really don't, for myself, like that black. Now, it looks like on my inside, I don't have enough. And so I will wait to do the inside of my flat till I cut into some more papers. And one thing is with this paper is it's a re-release, and so you only get 2 sheets of each design in the package. And I don't want to just cut into a whole sheet for that, because I could also use maybe, you know, a coordinating paper or something that not necessarily coordinates, but is still in the color line that I could use in my stash. Or from Authentique, they have a lot of different matches. Oh, that is cute. I just love the paper. So there we have that inside. I'm going to remove. Now I am taking my metal tip off my glue. It's just coming out. I mean, it's made to come out slow, but I just want a little bit more on this bigger surface. Even with using a little bit more with this art glue, I'm not getting wrinkly paper. And don't be afraid, you can smash this down because you're not on a hinge. It's really cute. Make sure it's on my edges here. That's usually where, if you're using a glue, if you don't get it to that edge, it's when you start seeing your paper lift. Whoops. Okay. That down. Now for that inside pocket, I should have a scrap from here that I can use. Now on the original album, it's like I made a little, I must use a cutout, but on here what I'm going to do on the front is have a door knocker, because it just seems to go really well with the theme. So I won't be putting one here. So when you open it up, now we continue this. I have a seam that continues, and oh shoot, it is cut the wrong way. That would have been perfect. Let's see this one. Oh, perfect. So I'm going to take this one and I'm going to cut a 2-inch piece. Actually 2 1/4 by 6. Put that there, put that there. I want room to cut my border, and I still may cut it a little bit at the bottom. I don't want to lose my tip there. So I'm just going to cut the top. And I apologize, this isn't in the camera completely, but it's just a normal punch. I'll show you here when I get all done. This. See if we want to cut this down a little. Actually, no, I think that'll be fine. What I did is I grabbed some twine because it doesn't really match any other color. I don't want to put black in there. So I am going to just use my baker's twine for my little pocket and for the tie at the top. oh, let me see, 13. So my middle is going to be not right on, but close enough. Four. And as you're going along, you sometimes have to recut your ends. I have the plastic needles I use, but for something this small, I don't. 5, 6. So I'm going to leave this end here. Whoops. But on this end, because we're going to, I'll show you, wrap it down. Make sure you leave a tail. And then just start over. Now on mine, unfortunately, this one kind of cut it off. But it's okay. I'm still going to mimic the other side because I'm going to tape it around there, so we're fine. And then just thread it through. Try not to let your strings get in the way. This is really cute on baby albums to use this one. Now this is an older Martha Stewart punch, but I do believe you can still get it on Amazon. Now what I'm doing here with this middle one, I'm just kind of skipping, putting one in the middle, and I'm just tying this together. Not pulling too hard. You don't want to tear it. Okay, cut those ends. Cut your twine off. Get rid of those pieces. Just going to bring it down here, basically wrapping it where it won't show. Now I've never, oh, I forgot my tips off. I've never used the art glitter glue on twine, so we'll see if it works. Now if it doesn't work, I'll just take a piece of score tape on this edge and I'll use that 1/8 of an inch, but it looks like it's going to stick. But just to make sure, I'm still going to use my 1/8 for my pocket on that side. Now, remember this one was kind of messed up. I should have gone the other direction. But that's okay. I'm going to bring it off to the side. Sometimes we just have to improvise. Just a touch of the glue. It looks like it's going to hold nicely, actually. Clip our ends. Just go and reinforce. Now I do want to go along the edge with my art glue. And if you ever find you have issues because maybe you've taken this off, it's dried, just put it in warm water. I may have done that, caused that issue. Let's see. Okay, so we're all unstuck now. Go ahead and remove the backing if you've used score tape. Now I'm still going to go along this edge. So I don't want my tags to get stuck in there. Along this edge of score tape, just on the top edge. Put that down. Now I'm going to just glue this little edge down since it's my half circle. Just gonna have to hold it for a minute due to the string. Make sure everything's down. Okay, and there is our little pocket. And one thing, I will be using this. I'll cut this as a tag because it matches. And then you have a small pocket. I'll do the inside later, and then we'll also do our waterfall here in just a bit. Now when that closes, because we have that large magnet right there, it's going to hold it down nice. We still have our theme. And you'll notice with these, because I was going to tell you, we didn't do the gusset. And I mean, they're not, you can, I should have told you, you can do a gusset. Sorry. So if you want to gusset, just make sure you score at your half and then 3/4, and that will give you somewhat of a gusset. I'll remember that as we're going. So for our next page, like I said, I've got my iPad on one end. Here, and the computer over here, so that we can do both sides. Now on the back side, we've done a pocket. Okay, I'll try and put a note in the beginning because I did goof. On the original one, there was a gusset on this page. But if you don't have it and you followed right along with me, it's still fine. It's going to stay closed when you open it. Now on our next one, this back side was a nice big belly band, and I just took from the scraps. So let me get my scrap saw. You'll have some scraps left, and I didn't cut them down or anything, just to simplify it. Now we do need to cut this down to 9.5. Because the goal here is that we are using our scraps. This album so long. So now we want to take our belly band that we've cut at 9.5, and for my scraps it's just a hair over 3. I'm going to score each end at 1/2 of an inch. And yes, everything is falling. And again at this end, 1/2. So 1/2 and 1/2 on each end. And on the belly band, I had put a tag in a pocket on the front of it. And I don't have a tag in a pocket, so what I'll be doing is when I go to decorate, I'll make a small envelope with my envelope punch board. Making sure this is good top to bottom. And then when I mat, I'll just slide my paper under, or you can already cut your paper and wrap it, whichever is easiest for you. Putting it somewhat in the center of the page. We start with the top. Just putting it up there flush. And the bottom. It it should just perfectly fit there. And then you'll be able to put your mats underneath. Now I had put a small pocket, tags and pocket, but to be honest with you, what I'm going to do on this one, I'm going to now do something a little different because I want to put a little side pocket, but I need to go ahead and mat this first. And this is the sheet that I will be using from the Halloween line, the Year Late. And I'm just going to slide a 6x6 piece under, or 6x8 and a half piece underneath. It'll also make it easier for you to see. Because you don't want to get it on the fold. Then the top, I do need to go ahead and, I want to go ahead and put it down. I'll cut that one at 3. By 8 and a half. Oh, and this one I think I will go with black on the black just to cover that edge. And the reason I'm doing it this way is I'm not going to make a 3 where I score my pockets on 3 sides. You have to remember, we don't have the room on this that you do with the hinges unless you make these scorings. You can actually score that more. You can make more space in between. Just like a hinge. You just have to readjust your scoring and your page size. But it's easily done. But on this one, you know, it's not made for tons of bulky embellishments. It's made for pictures. And yet it has tons of personality. So we know that this is 8 and a half. I'm going to cut down another one of my scraps. To 8 and a half. I'm making sure we're the same length. And for some reason we're not. Let me check this again. So I'm going to make it, I'm going to take it to 8. So I'm taking mine to 8. There we go. And it's going to be 8. I'm going to start with 1 7 1/2. So 1 3/4. Okay, I like it. And we're just going to put our adhesive on 3 sides. And this paper line, well, like all of Graphic 45's paper lines, has a lot of fun cut aparts. And this line is actually a little bit different. It has some smaller cut apart pieces that I want to be able to just slide in this little pocket. And then for the top, I'm just going to repeat with the green. So I'm going to cut it at 8, just a little short of 8. And then a little short of 1 7/5. Give it a little bit of a layered look. Just using my black. One reason I like to use the dried wipes is it helps see the ink that comes off, so I don't smear it, because I always smear it everywhere. And let me see. I was cutting, actually I did another project with the Alice. And I think I have a few of those cute little cards cut out. There. Oh, it's okay. Anyway, that's what they look like. And so I'm going to now layer those. I can put those right inside of my little pocket. And I'll either make I'll probably not make the tag, or the pocket. And I'll use one of the chipboards just to sit on there. To give me an idea of what that looks like. So that way I have the small pocket here. I will still show you, we'll go back and do with the envelope punch board. If you don't have any tags and pockets, I'll show you how to do those. So let me just go ahead really quick and put this one down. And our next page is going to be what looks like a pocket. Well, it is a pocket. And then it has a really neat little flap. So I'll just put my adhesive on, slide this underneath my belly band. I always lift up. I said you have very little time in which to position, because this glue dries fast. Now when I did my retro Christmas album with it, I did use glue, and I've been going back. It's been over week and a half, 2 weeks now, and it's still holding nice and firm, so I'm excited to see over a long time how the glue does. Now for the next page is where the pocket was. And you should have some more of these scraps. And it is actually a half pocket, so we need to cut this at 9.5. Just need to check this. Yeah. Let's close the book up. And I just want to score 1/2 and again at 1/2. And we'll fold up our sides. Well, I need to turn that volume off. Sorry, I'm just backing up here, making sure. Yeah, this is our pocket. We never have enough room, do we? So let's make sure that we are good top to bottom. And as long as you are good top to bottom, go ahead with your adhesive. And then when matting the page, we'll just slide it basically like we did the belly band, but you're going to put this all the way to the edge of that first score. basically. Now before you put down your other side, make sure that's down good and firm with whatever adhesive you're using. Now I'm flipping this up and along this bottom here, that's coming up a little bit, I've applied my adhesive. And then along the edge, everything's down. Especially on these corners. I didn't miter these corners because we're going to be sliding paper on top, so I wasn't worried about that. Now for our top piece, because it's a flat, so we're going to want a small magnet. Let's see. Make sure, yeah, you should have more. Like I said, you should have quite a few pieces from when we build our pages. And this is 8.5, so I'm going to cut this at 6.5. Once again, we're going to score. I'm still in the camera here. We're going to score on one end at 1/2 of an inch. So you'll put it in the board, the 6.5 inch side, and score it 1/2. Now you can see it probably a little better. You know, I really thought that this paper was going to be easier to see on than black. It's kind of not, is it? Let me grab a piece of patterned. Just kind of give us a difference here. There we go. So here's, now we have a pocket, and this is going to go right at the top. Now on this one I am going to miter these corners just so they'll hide better under the paper. Clean the tip a little. Okay. Now matching it to the top. Just have to lift up, make sure we're on there. Make sure everything's down good and firm. And we grab our magnets. Let me see if I have another plus stuck over here. Wow. This is from that one book I told you I took apart, and when they stick together, they really stick together. So we'll just go with these two and take the back off. And I'll just use my score tape. There we go. So on my top one, I'm going to go ahead and place the magnet. Then I'll have to use a piece of my score tape. Oh, just make sure there we go. Didn't cut my finger, I didn't. I did. Make sure our magnets are down. Kind of, yeah, see how it'll come up. So you have to kind of pull, well, hopefully, no, we're not going to get it down. Let me go ahead and stop the camera, get myself a Band-Aid, and I shall return. Okay, I need to really show you something. There was something I did in the other album, and I just now basically figured it out. Like I said, it's been a year since I made this. I took this page, and I actually had cut it down. I forgot. I cut it right in half. Rounded the corners. And when I cut it, I split it to this first. And it is going to be very hard right now to cut it. We could with an X-Acto knife, and we could put our mat, our cutting mat underneath there, and we could actually split it. That's not what I'm going to do, but I am going to take another piece of paper, and basically I want to show you what I did. So that you'll know how to do this next time. We're going to do it a little bit different. For this album. So I'm not going to make this little page that I'm doing here exactly the same, but it's going to give you the same concept. So we know that this, I just now cut this one at 8. What I did, I put this in my cutter. And, you know, from now on, I really have been trying to get the tutorials done before or as I'm making the albums, because this is what happens. I go back and I completely forget. So this is at 4, and it's pretty hard to see. It's at 4. So what I did, I cut it just to that first score mark. So but we're going to do it different. So basically I took one page, and that's something you can do with these. One page, I cut it in half. And you know, I had to look at that over and over and over to remind myself, what did I do? It just took me like 20 minutes before I came back on camera. I could not figure that out. And then it hit me. Oh yeah, you cut it in half. So see, I cut it in half. Then when I put it down like normal. So basically that one page now became two. So you can do that. You can cut these in half. Just make sure you're using a good sturdy paper. Okay, and then when it's down, so we could actually take this and we could add it on top if we wanted. Personally, I don't want to because of the added bulk, but you can. So for this one, we are just going to add these on top of this already made page because, like I said, I should have done that the first time around. So I'm going to make 2 of these. What I did, let me grab my other one, is I grabbed the other piece that I had made, we had left over from cutting our pages, and I cut it at 6. And I cut mine by 4 1/8. So I'm going to cut that down. And then I had these 2 pieces when I cut these off right here, and I'm going to cut these down to 3 1/2 by 4 5, 3 1/2 by 5 1/8. Sorry, I just have to be over here. And I need to cut one more because I cut this one just a hair too short. Okay, so I have 2 pieces of 3.5 by 5 1/8, and then I have my 2 pieces that are 6 by 4 1/8, and then we're going to score our 6 by 5 1/8 here on the 6-inch side at 1/2. Set that aside, and then we're going to take our 3.5 by 5 1/8 pieces and throw them. There we go. Score them at 1/2 of an inch on each side. This will make the little pocket. Yeah, I've been really, I think, getting better at making my tutorials as I go instead of making the book no tutorial, because I don't remember when I go back. Isn't that awful? So I'm rounding my corners on this one. And now for our pockets, just go ahead and fold your 1/2-inch pieces or 1/2-inch score marks. And what we want, I have that 1/2 inch folded over because this is going to be our pocket. Make sure it's going to fit side to side. Let me just back this up. Okay. And then, because we want to make these before we put them on, add our adhesive. I knew something was off the way in the video I show it acting like its own single page. And sure enough, it was the one I split. Again, I'm not mitering these corners because I will be sliding paper down in there. I'm going to open this edge, just put some adhesive there. Go along the bottom, along the top. Now I'll show you a couple of different things once we get these both made. This page in the book, I did a photo mat here, and then I had a cut apart up here just for decoration. So we are going to have a choice. You can actually add these on to this page. We can add them on to this page. Or we can add one to the bottom here and one to the top here. Now this page is where I did the double belly bands with the magnets. And to be honest with you, I don't want to lose that look because I do like those belly bands. So I think I'm going to put mine over here on the left-hand side. And underneath I will have still the little photo mat. Make sure everything's dry. And once again, let's make sure everything's going to fit side to side. And it's not. I had a feeling I cut this one a little too short, and I must have still grabbed the wrong one. Nope, I guess they were both too short. Sorry, I'm just going to cut a new one. Maybe. There we go. try this again. Or at least I should get my tutorials done before I sell the album. But that one actually went into a boutique, and I did go back to get it, and it was gone. It was gone in a day because I had changed my mind. I wanted to keep it. Isn't that funny? I should have just kept it. But that's okay. I get to make a new one. Okay, make sure everything's lined up. That's the other thing. I've been making sure I don't give away or sell any of the albums until I do a tutorial. Okay. Again, I'm just going to put a little adhesive to hold that down. Oh, I didn't put glue across the bottom. Oh, yes, I did, but I didn't put enough, apparently. Or let it dry. And there are, you know, other ways where you can build your pockets with one sheet of paper, but because we're using up our scraps, I don't want to cut new sheets just for that. Okay, so flatten that out a little bit. And since I decided I'm going to put mine on this side, I will match my bottom and the top, and then we'll have that space between there, which is nice because it really helps it to, you know, have space between there because you don't want it to be hitting each other, the pockets. Go ahead and round off that bottom corner. Making sure you don't want to go over the score line, just up to it. Okay, I'll miter the top. Just put that in the garbage. There we go. And then I will line my top pocket up there. And again, you want to line it up at the bottom. I mean, on the side, you don't want to go over it. Then it's up to you. You probably do want magnets. When it was just a page, I didn't use magnets, and you probably could get away with not using magnets. I will be putting small magnets on here. I do have to open a new package, and I won't do that on camera right now because you know how to do those. So on our next page, I did, where is my separator here? I did those two belly bands, and the belly bands were magnetic, so I will actually put them on. So again, with our scraps, and basically you should have just plenty hanging around. The thing is, we want to get them to be the same. If you don't have them that are the same width, then we'll just go ahead and take one of our pieces, and I want to leave about an inch over here. So our page is 6. So let's go ahead and cut this down to 6 inches long. And I think I'll go ahead and cut mine at 1. And look at 1.5. 1.5 looks good. So you'll need 2 of them at 1.5. Then you just have a scrap to throw in the garbage. I'm going to just move my book here. So on our belly bands with magnets, let's just go ahead and score. Doesn't matter which end. At 1/2 inch and 1/2 inch. So we have 2 with our bands. Let's just go ahead and score those up. Stick my magnets on my page. What I did on this one from the pictures, trying to get it all in camera. Okay, I measured, it looks like an inch, 2 inches maybe. Yep, 2 inches from the top. Now for this, I'm just going to make a mark. Two inches top and bottom. Just basically so I have an idea of where to put these. And these are fun. Then underneath the magnet, you can put your, little cut aparts. And what I'm doing here is I'm just deciding, did I put it here? And do I put them here? No, but it looks like I basically centered to give room for our oh goodness, for our little cards that you want to cut apart. So I'm going to go ahead and add my glue. To this one, and what I'm doing is I'm just getting a center here on that mark. Applying some pressure behind my belly band. Or my little magnetic flap, more probably the proper name for it. Okay, so just getting an eyeball center. Okay, what do I do with my little magnets? It caught, it actually went through the chipboard and caught onto the top magnet. Wow, that's cool. These things are strong, these basic gray. So we have our flaps down. Kind of go at an angle. But what I'm doing is I'm putting my magnet and hopefully when I put it here, now yes, I can just slide it to the side so I can get that piece of score tape down. Perfect. And we'll do the same to the bottom. Our magnet right, whoops, there. Take the back of our score tape. Pull it to the side. sure everything's down. Now, this is the page that has the pocket, and it made it look like a regular page. Let me move this. And then the back was just, I just decorated it with one of the cut aparts from Graphic 45, and then the same up here. So we want to turn this now into a regular pocket page. So our page is 6 by 8.5. So we're going to cut a 9.5 by 6 inch piece of cardstock. Let me get this cut down to 6 by 9.5. Move the book for this one. Now, as we've done in all of our others, we're going to put this on the 9.5 inch side, score 1/2 inch on both sides. Now, you know, you can make this 6.5 and then do your 1/3 inch scoring if you prefer. On this type of album, I like it this way because it doesn't add any bulk. So let's go ahead and fold up our ends. Now this is going to go down the full length of our page. So we want to look, make sure it matches. Because you do not want it to go over that at all. Okay, I'm cutting mine down just a hair. See, I mean just a tiny hair. Ah, there's the camera. I just took a little bit of it off. I don't want it to get in the way of our page folding. Now for this one, I'll go ahead and miter my top corners. Okay, I'm going to start with the top. Stand up. Ah, going the wrong direction. And basically, this is no different than when we make our, you know, pocket pages. We're just doing it after the page is down, because we don't need to fit it onto a hinge. Okay, just like we did on the others. I'm going a little bit heavier on the glue. Hold that for just a second on that end. Then I'll just get the glue all on the sides. Add a hair bit more. So I had time to dry. Matching up those edges. Bring the bottom down. Kind of going from both sides here, making sure it's down. Okay, now this makes for a really nice pocket. Let me see. And you shouldn't need more than the other half of the 6-inch piece that we cut. So it's 6 by 8.5, and then I cut the other half of that sheet. So I did this all on one sheet. So for my inside pocket, because we have that glue at the bottom, it's not, you know, it's not a true 6 inches. So your mat will fit right inside there if you just cut it 6. And I cut it 6 by 8 because I didn't want it to, I don't want it to be side by side, or it's just too long, it's too wide, and that's when your tags don't like to come out of your books freely. But you still have quite a bit of room in there, see? Even though we sealed that bottom because of those sides. So we have our mat in there. Now the back page, like I said, the back was decorated just with I cut apart from the graphic 45 to make like a belt, almost look at the bottom, and we'll do that. I'll show you when we go back and I decorate. Now this is our fun one. This is the one that I made with the bookcase. I really liked this. I took the bookcase and had cut the sheet to make it look like it was, you know, one big. So we need to have like our gatefolds. Our page is 6 inches. Half of 6 inches is of course 3. We need a 1/2 inch gusset on each side. But we don't want it to like touch or overlap. You can overlap it. I want mine just to come together with just that probably 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch gap. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my 2 pieces of paper, and I have a funny feeling. Let's see, am I getting out of scraps here? We may be getting low on our scraps. I've got one. I have, oh good, I've got 2 pieces. I'm going to cut these down, of course, to the 8.5, and then I'm going to cut them 3.5, and then I'm just going to put it in the cutter. I'm just trying to think here, 3.5 minus about an 8, so 3 3/8. So these are going to be 3 3/8 wide. I want to tell you right, 3 3/8 wide by 8.5. That should be right. Let me cut it. Okay, let me double check here. There's 3 3/8. With our 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch. Okay, that's what I did, was 8.5 by 3 3/8. Now, another way you can do it is just to do 8.5 by 3.5, and then just trim the inside edge. And we're not going to adhere these down until we make sure it is where we want it to be. And I'm thinking, okay, I thought maybe that was a little bit too long, but it's not. Okay, I'm going to put these in the square board. Just this 3 3/8 wide. So I went between the 1/4 inch and the 1/2 inch. And I'm going to score on the long end at 1/2 inch. Sorry, I paused there. My heart stopped. I thought maybe I hadn't turned on the recording, but I did. And say, no, not again. Okay. Let's go ahead and fold these up. Let me bring this guy over here again. Kind of give you guys a contrast. So I'll lay my first one down. And I'm going to lay the second one down. I just have to fix my length on that one. Let's see. Nope. Okay. So that one is going to go right over here, right on the edge before our gusset, and then this one will sit right there. And I have just about a 1/4 of an inch here. So that's what I was striving for. That's what I like. If you want yours to be closer, then just go ahead and cut yours at I would go with the 3.5 and then cut it down to where you are comfortable. I like to have that space because I like to see a little bit of the paper in the background. Just a little peek through. Now I need to turn mine sideways to put these on. And I actually do want my contrast in here, just so I can see exactly where my edge is. I'm going to cut my corners. Bring it off just a hair. Now, depending on the closure, if you're going to use a latch closure, or you maybe are going to make oh goodness, you know where you take and you make a tab. There we go, a tab closure. You won't need magnets. I am going to use 2 small magnets on mine. I'm going to have one on each of my doors, so you can open one and then open the other. Oops, like this bone folder better with the glue. Over there. Just move that down there. That helps me to see my edge. Again, I'm just going to put those. Wipe that off pretty good. And we're going to put it right up to the edge. See, and it does work better if you just push your page down because you can reshape it. Make sure everything's squished to the edge. Still a little nervous about using glue, of course. Yeah, I need to get a little bit more underneath there. So I'm just going to hold that down for a second. Thin that out. Wow, this doesn't want to stick for some reason on that corner for me. I must have, there we go. Okay, so you can make a swing tab where you put your brad here and then you swing it back and you can swing it back and forth. And then we have our doors that will open. And actually this will look really cute with some of the paper I've chosen. And I'm going to, like I said, go ahead with my 2 magnets. Unfortunately, I can't get by with just using one because for one thing, I've got the gap. And I'm not sure what I'm going to decorate it with, so I'm just going to go ahead with my magnets. Now on this one, I am just going to move it because I can't pull my page basically to the side like I did on those bands. And I'm not really worried if they're, you know, completely in the same. My goodness, area. Right there. And there's our closet doors. I love those. Make sure everything's down, and then I'm going to just reform my page. Now, this back page was another belly band. And it too has a little flap on the bottom. And the one punch that I did use, let me grab it. It's a really fun one to use. And I found this one a long time ago, again on clearance. It's a Martha Stewart, and what it does is it just cuts that. So it just gives the edge of your smaller flaps kind of a unique look. So I'm just going to find if I have a scrap. Hopefully I do. I know we'll have some scraps for the smaller flap that I put at the bottom. But I think I'm kind of down to the end. So what I have left is going to make great, what do you call them? Mats and tags. And let's see, kind of small. I'm thinking I want it to be just a little bit wider. But I don't want to really cut into a piece of paper. Okay, I looked through my scrap box. I did have a piece that's 3.5. It was 3.5 by 12. So I cut it down to 3.5 by 9.5. And then I had this little piece left over. So we're just going to take these 2 pieces and we're going to score our 9.5 inch piece at 1/2 and 1/2. And the other little piece that I have is 5 by 3.5, and I'm just going to leave it. That's a fine size for me. You can make it smaller if you like. Now with this punch, I'm just going to center it by using these. There's some little side lines, and it just makes a cute little design like that, which is nice. I don't have to grab my dies, or I don't have to, you know, stop creating. When I do the dies, I like to do a bunch at a time in my machine. I'm just lazy that way, I guess. So we're just going to put our belly band down, just like we have in the past, and glue. I'm just getting a center here. You can mark your center if you'd like at 3. And more glue. it should just go right down. And then our flap is going to go at the bottom. And I do want to cut off those corners. A little damp, so I don't want that on my page. Now for this flap, you could do a swing tab or a magnet, and I do believe, so sometimes it does pay to check your magnet placement so that you can play off of your magnet like I've shown, but I can't because it's clear up there and the other one is clear up there. So this one will need to have his own little magnet. Just combine these together. There we go. And you know, it's funny, sometimes in different packs they're not, see, the adhesive hasn't been put on the same side. I don't know how that happens, but I'm sure it's just a different batch. That's when I have to take, whoops, get back here, off the adhesive, which is no problem really. Okay, so I'm going to put that on this side, and just like before, I'm taking the top off. I'm just putting a piece of score tape on the top one. And this is our little fold down flap on our belly band. Now on this side, the back cover, this is where you can actually, let's go ahead and close our book. Because see, we've left quite a bit of room, so you still have room. You could add a waterfall, another waterfall here if you'd like. In the original one, I used a chipboard element, and I made it into just a little tag area, and that's what I'm going to do on this one also. So now you can see how your pages are much heavier. They're staying more in line. And we're going to move on over and do some of the decorating. And the reason being, so I can show you. So we're going to do this, and we'll do, I won't do much more in the album itself, because you can go through the follow through. You can look at the album online, the finished one, and then I'll have this one up there finished too. But I do want to show you how I have done these things. And so let me go pick out my paper. On to the waterfall. What I've done is I chose this sheet from the Halloween line. I cut it in half, just a little short of the 6 inches. And as you can see, I love this because I can use these all for little cutouts. So I'll set that aside. What I've done is I've put it underneath this flap, because you're going to have to draw on the top of it in order to have it match for the top. And I'm just going to trace this off. Now, like I said, if you have a Cricut or a Silhouette, you can pull up one of their Halloween cartridges, because this was the Cricut Halloween cartridge, but I don't have my machine out. It's in the closet. So what I've done is I cut it just enough to have that border. Now I'm going to cut above where I've just drawn. So I'm going to cut on the inside so that it'll fit nicely. And I'm going to use my little fussy cutting scissors. Let's see. So this is kind of backwards for me. Actually, let me just cut that off. I don't want to waste the bottom part. And then to do the inside, I will just use this again. I can use this one for my pattern and just put it up against it, or I can cut another pattern just by doing like I've done. Get on the inside there. And then when you put it down, bring it to where you think you like the look. And then I knew I was going to have to cut a little off the top. And that's where you want to do your trimming, because you want these to fit. So that will fit right in. And like I said, now I can either take this one and I can use it for a pattern, or I can just redraw it. So I think I'll go ahead and use it. Let me see what I want to put on the inside though. There we go. I think I'll use this one. Because I'm kind of looking for one that's not so patterned. You know, it's one that I don't mind cutting apart versus this one. So I'm going to do the same thing for the inside. Now I'm making a mark over here to this right hand side, because that's where I need to cut it on the cutter. Just repeat. Okay, I need to hold this down. Now what I'm going to do though first is I'm going to cut this at 6. Make sure I'm on that line. And one thing I did forget to do is cut or mark my top. Okay. This one's a little bit harder to see. So you can see how you can do, you know, your own little designs without having to use a cutter, if it's not something, of course, you know, like a teacup or really intricate, but unless you're an absolute fantastic cutter, could cut yourself. Now I'm going to match the inside and see if I need to cut anywhere else, and I don't. So I'm good to go. For this one, I could go either way. I'm just going to go with the black on this one. All my edges done. Now on the tips, I am just going to smear that a little bit. Otherwise, it's just going to come through anyway. I'm going to squish it out. And that's kind of nice, the glue. I can get it down there where I can't get the score tape. And there we have to kind of move fast because it's dry already. There's no more moving it, adjusting it. Okay, I took a small break here, come back, I can't find my phone folders. And I know, me, I didn't put them away. Okay, well, they'll both show up. So we'll just go down with the cloth. Same thing with the, this one we're doing the stripes. I won't be doing the waterfall on camera. That's just matting your pages. And on that one, will just depend on the paper you're using. And actually, I'll probably get out some black linen cardstock and use that on some of this, because if you know Graphic 45, some of their older lines had a lot more cut apart graphics than this one does. And I really don't want to cut into them just for the waterfall. I'm going to use some of these papers, but I won't use all of them. So I'll just kind of supplement with the black cardstock. And I think I have some orange, possibly. Now before I put this down, let's remove our backing. Make sure everything's pushed down. This is really frustrating. I have like 5 bone folders. No one's been down here but me. Oh, well, there's one clear in the other side of the room. Oh, and there's the other one. How on earth they got over there, I have no idea. Okay, now what you'll want to do on the inside, and move my coffee so we don't have a catastrophe here, then go ahead and just cover your inside, measure it, cut it however you like your borders to be, and you'll do the same here and here. And now I want to go ahead and work on this piece right here. One thing about Graphic 45 is they have pretty standard, they're 4x6 cards. So I'm just moving the video here. And so let me grab a sheet that has 4x6 cards. And what I'm going to do is use one of these, and I'll just cut it down. And I think I'm going to use the rabbit, this top one. So let me just go ahead and cut that apart. And let's see, I knew I was going to have to cut it down. Actually, let me see something. Actually, I'm going to use this one because I needed to leave a little more of this blue border. Even though this is 4x6. Let me go ahead and do my trimming now. So if it's top to bottom, then I'll trim off my sides. Okay, what I do is I kind of work back and forth to keep somewhat of a balance when I'm cutting off my top and bottom, because I want to try and leave it as symmetrical as possible. You know what I mean? I don't want to cut this far into a design and then not this side, so I'll cut some here, cut some there until I get the desired size. So that's going to go right on the front. I'm moving out of the camera, sorry. It's just, I'm starting to get a shredding foamy thing here. I need to put a new one on. A bit ink up there, but that's okay. Everything's down. I'll find my chipboards, because we do get a sheet of chipboards with this, or a, you know, a set just of your journaling chipboards. I wish they would add more, but they don't. So it doesn't leave a whole lot to choose from. Now, one thing I want to use are these little squares. One at the top and one at the bottom. I was hoping they had 4 of them, but they don't. So that's okay. So I'm just going to add these. And I actually have some brass pumpkins. So I'll put probably a brass pumpkin down here where this one is. And then up here in the corner, and let me grab a clock to put on the top of him. And then over here you can always put, you have room for a picture, or I may even put a journaling spot. Cut a piece of, you know, cardstock black and then another color on top. And this is just the clock. It looks like, I think there's an apple in there. If I'm not going to use a ribbon or a string, I usually use a pearl or one of these from the cut aparts, just to layer it on top. And then you'll be able to go back now and you can mat, and I will be matting these with probably just a black cardstock. Like I said, I'm going to add the pumpkin here, a brass pumpkin, and I'll find something here. I think I have a bat, so I'll put a bat up there. So now when you close your book, we need to decide. Okay, in the original one, okay, I have it like this. And there is a space here because you have that, sorry, there goes my dogs. We have the accordion, or you can have it go this way. And then that will give you more room actually to work on. I'm going to go ahead and go with this one. I'm going to go with it this direction. And I'm going to decorate it basically the same way. I'm going to have the cut apart here as a door. And you can actually put that on either side either or. So what we need to do now is add a closure. And because we've already matted it and you don't really have room to use magnets, I'm going to use seam binding. I will be adhering it just a little different. It's going to tie off to the side. So let me get my seam binding, pick out my covers, and I'll be right back. Okay, I've got my purple seam binding and I have doubled it. Let me show you. So what I've done is I've just set it, that's the back side, just underneath my book. Okay, but let's turn it over. I do have mine doubled. And the thing I really, really like about the seam binding is it's so thin, you can double it. You don't have to worry about it really showing under the paper. So we have a 9-inch cover. So I'm going to mark it at 4.5 just so I have my center. And this is going all the way around. So just to get it started. And again, you don't have to go all the way around, but I think it just holds better underneath your paper. All right, so I took my scored tape to that edge, just about halfway down. We'll be doing more to your other side. So I'm going to remove this. And then with your score tape in half, seam binding in half, you'll put it down. Make sure it attaches to that score tape. Move the top layer off. Now the paper is going to help hold these two together, so I'm not really putting score tape all over. Just want enough to hold my second layer in place. Alright, let's just put that on top. Keeps it nice and flat. And we'll be doing the same over there. So let me flip it over. And I'll be honest with you, there's probably about 4, maybe 3 yards of seam binding. Okay, so I'm on. Okay, this is the spine edge over here, and I'm pushing down a little bit. So I need to do the same thing. I just need a small piece of score tape on top of the seam binding like we just did. Okay. Just to hold that together. Now your inside cover will flap down a little bit until you start filling it more. Now remember, mine's a little crooked because I don't know, I cut something off. Didn't even realize it. Yours is probably not. Now I'm going to stop right here because I'll have a border. So I don't want to cover, I don't want to go right to that edge, or I'm going to have a little piece of score tape that sticks out. And I'm pulling it a little bit tight, nice and smooth underneath. Another piece on the top. Okay. I'm going to put one more right there. And this is what I like about seam binding. It's not super, super expensive. It comes in all the colors. It lays flat. Easy to work with, because I'm going to crinkle it, but I don't want to crinkle it until I'm ready to tie the bow, because you don't want this crinkled under. Now this is the other side, so I'm just going to put little piece of score tape to hold that down. Okay, flip it back to the front. That's where my book will tie closed. This one, I'm just going to cut it off. I know the other one I had doubled, but there we go. I'll cut those again at the end after we're done, because I'll probably take my bow, squish it up, give the bow, but you don't want this wrinkled. Now see how inside that does fall a little bit, but as you add more to your album, to the waterfall, more decorations here, it pushes it up naturally. Now the cover, the paper I chose is going to be this one, because if I put, I really liked the signature sheet, but then I'm going to put that. Oh, maybe well, let's see what I'd have to cut. So I'd be cutting her off, and I don't want to do that, so I'm going to use this side. This is going to be the little booklet, so I'm good. It's actually going to be a large booklet. This is a large cut apart, so we'll make that, I'm going to make that as my little book. So I want to put this down first, and I know we've got a 9x9 cover. I'm going to cut that. Now when I cut my covers, let me tell you, I usually cut it the full 9x9, and the reason being, you've got some space here that we've created, and usually you need the full 9 inches or whatever size. And yeah, it's this piece I did go crooked. So my paper's going to go on crooked, and the good thing, we're going to have that black overlay. And somehow I really cut this chipboard off. How funny is that? Good thing we can cover. Let me see something. Well, no, I'm still going to have to accommodate it. So no matter what I do, but I am going to have to cut this kind of at an angle. So let me figure this out really quick. So what I did is I put it in my cutter, angled it there. And that's probably as close as I can get. I need to do the top. Before I put this down. And it's a good thing I can use lace and other things to hide where it's off. Okay. Now for my cover here, I think I'm going to do the outer perimeter with score tape, and then I'll just fill in with glue. Let me see something. No, because it'll still. Oh, well, look at that. Maybe it won't. Oh, I've already cut it at the other angles. Next book, I'll do that. Okay, using my score tape. Move my book out of the way. So let's go ahead and put your cover on. across the center. Move it, and then I'll fill in with some of the art glue. There we go. Like that. Extra, yeah, and even with using that extra, I don't get bubbling of the paper. Isn't that cool? I'm gonna have to be careful how I set this down though, because mine's off. I'm gonna have to do a border here because I just didn't quite get it on straight. It's just cut at a funny angle. My chipboard, I must have moved it while it was in the cutter. Alright, let's make sure it's down. For the Rare Oddities, okay, I used to cut a part that was a 4x6. I just need to trim this one up a little. But this one, as you can see, is much bigger. And it's really kind of fun. So this one is 5.5. I'm going to go 5.5 by 8. And so I'm going to use a 12 by 12 piece of paper. Let's see, I may have one I don't have to cut. So I'm going to cut this down to 5 3/4. Oh, that isn't going to work. Sorry, I just need to recut this. Because it is 8. Let's make sure this fits with the border I like. So this is 12 inches. And what I'm going to do is just score this now at 6. And then I will trim it. I'll show you. I'll trim it if need be, depending on the border. Yeah, I need to trim some of it off. Okay, now for the inside of the original one, I was able to use another 4x6 card, and I don't have any other big ones like this. They only have the one. Let me trim a lot. So I'll be just putting black, more of the black cardstock on the inside. And that way pictures can be added instead. And here more. Actually, I was able to use 2 4x6 cards on the inside, it looks like, when I looked at the original video. Okay, let's go ahead and ink our edges. So on the inside, I won't have any other images. Because, like I said, this is a different layout that they did on this older line. So I'll just use black cardstock on the inside. Take the tip off of the bigger pieces. Whoop. Gorilla Glue. Every night when I start recording about this time, 4 o'clock, oh, I have an old lab. She just sits upstairs and barks at me. She wants to eat right at 4 o'clock. No ifs, ands, or buts. And I'm trying to train her not to eat so early, but she is 14. But then she gets so hungry at night. So I apologize if you hear her up there barking. Because she's a strange little lab. She doesn't really like snacks. She wants full meals. She's a character. But I guess when you're a 14-year-old dog, you can be that way, huh? I will have a handle on here. Which one, I'm not sure. If I want to do something, I may do this, something ornate, and then put my knob there. I think I like that. And depending on the glue I use, because I do use glue for these, I use E6000. And one of my customers told me on the phone today, she uses a different one and I need to grab it. I know my husband uses it for metal, and I really do want to use that. Let's see if I like to put that there. And this is just one of the little knobs, handles that I sell in the store. I do have some graphic 45. Oh, that's what we need. It might be too heavy. I'll get those out and show you. I've got the graphic 45 doorknobs. Let's see. Probably, but they are silver. I have some brass ones with the keyhole. That's what we need. So I will see if I have any of the brass ones left. I think I do like the brass better. I will decide. Okay, so then you'll go ahead and mat the inside of yours. I said I won't do mine right now because it'll probably just be the black cardstock. And we want to put this on the front of our cover. And you will want a magnet on the inside. I'm going to use a large magnet. Let me grab my cover. Now I am going to go ahead and tie this shut. It's a little more stable. And I just noticed something. I'll show you when I'm done. That if you did yours inside like mine, I think you may have a solution. Or I may for mine. Okay, I'm just going to add some wet adhesive. My tip off. And then you can decide, do you want to have it off-centered, straight? Down she goes. And a large magnet for the inside. Now, if you are on Facebook and you haven't joined Scrapbookers of Country Craft Creations, you really should. I do, and so does the design team. We do some other videos. We've been doing live videos that are right on our page. Some of them we know how to, the girls, we know how to save them, but so we can put them on our YouTube. But we do them on, I do mine on Thursday nights live, and usually they're just smaller ones. So join us on Scrapbookers of Country Craft Creations. We have a lot of fun and online crops, and we learn a lot of new techniques from each other. So, and everything is free as always. Okay, so there's that. Now, I'm going to have to do the decorations a little different. I'm going to somewhat show you how I wrinkled the paper. Of course, I'm not going to be able to put it at the bottom. I'll probably bring it here on the side. And now okay, because we did this a little different, I'm only going to put it over here on this side. So I took a piece of black cardstock, but first we need to do our back and our side, and then I'll show you how I did that. So let me grab, I think we're going to go, I'm just going to go with the black polka dots, black and gold maybe. So decide what it is you want to have on yours. Oh, here we go. I'm going to go with the stripes. So I need to cut this down to 9. So I have my length, and let's see. Even though I knew we cut these at 2, you do want to check it because now we have a space, and it did add some room. So it brought mine up to 2 1/4. So I want to cut it just short of 2 1/4. I know our book's quite large, so I want to see how that fits. And I'm happy with that. It fits perfect. Now let me check this side. Sorry, we're so close to the camera. I'm going to take a little bit off. Okay. Now, let's see, because of my little issue on the inside, and it's somewhere, like I mentioned again, cut my chipboard. I noticed I haven't covered this yet, and I'm just going to cover it with the green. I'll use another sheet. So let me get my large magnets. And I want to see if, by chance, you find the magnet on here. There we go. Yay. Looks like I'm going to be able to, I sure am. I'm very happy. So I'm going to take another magnet. It looks like I need a positive side. Whoops. Okay. This now is going to help hold this up. And like I said, mine has to be done this way because of the way I accidentally cut something terribly, terribly crooked. So I'm going to line this up. I'm going to try and, at least for visual effects, straighten. There we go. Straighten that up. All right, I'm going to spill that coffee and it's going to be disastrous. Just get a piece of score tape here. And it's grabbing it. Really didn't make a lot of difference. Let me kind of look at this. No, it didn't make enough. So I guess I'm just going to put that in there. Live with mine hanging down a little bit. Now see if you put yours up, your bottom one will too, but it eventually, like I said, when you fill it up, it actually will come up. Sometimes you know how it just bugs you at the moment. So I'm going to start with the right hand side. And let me just go, oops, I got glue on there. Go ahead with this score tape. Or not score tape. Inking my edges. I'm going to go ahead and use score tape. Okay, so I have both pieces ready. And I apologize. I know it's going to be a little bit hard to see, but I'm just matting the sides like we would inside or the outside. So I'm going to pull that a little bit tight. And I'm just putting my, don't grab that. Oh my goodness, sometimes it wants to suck it down like a magnet. Okay, I'm just bringing it up a little bit. There we go. Smooth that score tape down. And I'm going to do the other side pretty much the same way. And then I am going to use some black cardstock. And I'm going to make that little border piece. Now you can use lace if you prefer. And there's our sides. Awesome. It'll lay nicer when I get my Do you ever have those pieces and you're just wondering what on earth? Okay, there we go. Okay, on the back, I was able to cut my piece that I wanted. So this is going to be the back. And what I did is I just put my ruler down and cut it or marked it. So I got into the 9 by 9 that I wanted. And then I just trimmed it. Now, in the original album, move this and show you, I had placed these instead of lace. And now that we've got such a big long berry on the sides, so I do want to use them on here. I really do like the look it gives. And then I mentioned I have a wavy piece, and I'm going to show you to do that, but I'm going to probably put it on top of here because I still want to put that in. I like that look, but let me show you what I did here. So we knew our album was 9 inches long. So I cut my black cardstock at 9. And then using this isn't a wide one. This is pretty little. Again, at the time, Joanne still sold these. And it's just the Martha Stewart lattice. But there's some cool ones. If I had the Halloween one with the spider webs, and I want to get that one, I would have used it. I just don't have that one, so I used the lattice. And I cut both sides. So after I cut it, it did bring this down to 2.5 inches. So I scored now at 1 1/4. And I did that on all 3 of these. Okay, I just didn't burnish this one. So let me go ahead and do that. Now this is just how I do this and from my experience when I've done them, I don't want to put any score tape actually on the corner of the book, if that makes sense. Because it seems like this works if you put it right on the corner of your book and of the tape, like down the middle, and then bend it, it doesn't give your book room to open and close. And I've ended up tearing or splitting the paper. So I'm going to cut this. Now, one reason, and you can actually make these any width, any with border, without. One reason I chose this width is you'll see it's going to look really cool on the spine. Oh, move my mouse. So this is going to go down here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off the tape just from this front side. Now, as always, I'm just going to bring these two pieces like this. I'm not going to release it all yet because I want to make sure this is exactly where it's supposed to go. Because working on top of pattern paper, there is no second chance. I'm not even going to get that off. So I'm just going to hold this down, lightly take off there. I have to hold it lightly down at this end because the score tape backing. Let's see here. Did I grab the wrong one? I may have. I think I did. So let me grab a little tool. Oh shoot, that is the back one. So it's down pretty secure. So what I'm hoping to do, there we go, is just get enough off so you won't see that. Wow, that's a big boo-boo, isn't it? Why is it I always make boo-boos on camera? Okay, let me just, what I'm doing is I'm just shoving that under there because, let's see if I can get it from this end. Right, there we go. Lifting this up. You'd think I would know that, right? No. So, we're good. And I will get that all smoothed out. Now I'm just going to bend this back. Now this one, I will be able to just remove. Turn it over. And this is what I mean. Let me show you. So these are going to come together just like that. And I thought that looked so cool. Didn't mean to do it. It just actually worked out great by cutting it at the 3 inches. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing again. Turn it around and add right there. This is my 3/8 of an inch score tape. So now I'm working, this is now the back side. I'm just removing that first. Lining it up. Then I'll just come back from behind like I should have done in the first place. There we go. And then to go along with the theme, I have a really cool looking spine. And let me see, I haven't put the paper down in here yet. And because of this tie, see, I'm not going to be able to put one there. Just, you know, I'm not ignoring that. It's just, I really don't. I could do it and then just retie it different, but I think it'll be just fine. So this is just the opposite side of the back cover. Now I'm going to put one right there. Okay, I'm just going to remove that first row this time, like before. Come from behind. Now, this is actually really great because I had to cut off some of the picture, which I was sad about, but this is kind of how it framed it. And I really like the fact that on the back it says, "At last we thought you'd arrived," because it's kind of hidden. You turn it over and you're like, oh wow, that's kind of cool. I thought it was cool anyway. And now let me just get back to the cover picture on this. So what I did is I made a black flower, and I'm going to need my glue gun for that. And now up at the top I had used one of the chipboards, and it was a decorative chipboard, which they don't have any similar in here, and I don't have the room. I could have it hanging over, so this isn't going to work on mine. I mean, I will have some decorations, but at the top I put the Bewitched that came with that other line, and I just don't have the room, as you can see. So I'm going to now cut a strip, and if you don't have a designer paper that has the strips, let me show you what they look like. So some of the Graphic 45 lines, most of them actually have these cut aparts that you can use. And I'm going to use, even though it's small, the Curiouser and Curiouser and Curiouser, because it's going to fit perfect there. So I'm going to cut this one out, and that's where we'll start, and we'll start with the flower. Because I just used black, I'm just going to use black cardstock again. So I'm going to get my hot glue gun on, and I shall return. Oh my gosh, I did it again. Okay, so I just made a flower without turning the camera on again. Oh my gosh, you guys. So I need to make another one anyway. So let's get started on another one. Let me grab another center. I don't know why I keep doing that. So I chose that color because it goes with the candy corn. I have the little guy on my front of the book holding the candy corn. And then I love these two punches, but let me try them again. I was having some problems. Good thing it didn't video. These are your Michael. I got these at Joann's. I'm sure you can get it at Michael's. They're Fiskars. Well loved. It's about time for some new ones, I think. But design team member Brenda just calls Fiskars, and they replace hers. So she says they've got a great warranty. If you just call them, they'll send you a new one. And she doesn't even have to send those back. So I'm just cutting 5 of those. And I'm going to cut 3 of the small ones. I hope. I may have to just go with, there we go. Like I said, it's used a lot. I really like the jagged look of this. And then I'm going to use a green I cut earlier. It's a sign. So what I do to make the flowers, and there's 100 different ways, but for this one I wanted just more of that jaggedy look, and this one screams that jaggedy look. So I'm just going to pinch these two ends together. They don't have to be perfect. And the more layers you do, of course, the fuller your flower becomes. And we just keep pinching. And I do like my hot glue gun for putting these together. Okay, and then we have 3 of the small ones. That'll be more of our centers. And I'm going to put green in between the 2 black ones. Okay, we can start putting them together. So just grab one of your big ones. Make sure you don't get any strings. And then I just, you know, stagger or alternate your petals because you don't want them directly on top of each other. Now, as you're doing this, you will notice how full it's becoming. See how full that's looking? I just love these. Almost has somewhat of a carnation feel. Then I'm going to put my green in between. Just spark a little color on this one. And black on top. It's getting warm. And then I'm going to put yellow in the middle. Let's just hold everything down. Yeah, I got a few things together, so let me move my keyboard. Just little decorating elements so they'd be handy. So I went ahead and let me show you. Let me move those off. I did the inside here. I just did that one, not this off camera. So I cut the other piece. I had this from the inside of the waterfall, and then these were just some cut apart. So I put over here for journaling spots. And now I want to do the piece that is kind of like ribboned up on the cover of the book. So what I did is I cut this right off of the, like I showed you, and I just lightly go like that so it kind of curves. It just makes it a little easier when putting it down. Now, it does work best to have a glue gun, and because I'm putting mine down the side here in that design, I'm just going straight down. Now in the original one I had come kind of around, but I've gotten a different piece here. So I like to start with the hot glue gun, and I find this works best with the hot glue gun. Otherwise you're just holding it down for quite a while. So you do want to hold it till you know it's pretty much got a grip. Now, one thing I do is I kind of start like this. Now, I'm going to just put, and it doesn't matter where, but try and keep somewhat straight. And then just push this up. And hold. And you can do this. It's really fun to do a movie strip like. So you can put it on the book, or you can put it on the paper. Try and make sure we don't have any strings there. and make them, you know, different sizes. Now, if you're wanting it to be exactly the same size, make sure you kind of get a look so you don't run out. So I'm gonna do a littler one right there, give some variation. But always do you know, do it with the bone folder like I did. Otherwise, you'll end up, it's harder to push out. It's hot, sorry. And then for the last one, I'm just going to put it right on that edge and then down. Okay. And then that's how it will look. Now inside there, you can always put, you know, flowers. You can do so many different things with this. I thought I might put some flowers up here, but I do think it's going to, yeah, get in the way of the opening and closing of the book. I had taken, okay, in the last one, I had taken some pearls, just flat back. They were black. And I went on the corner, so you can add some decorations there if you like. Oh, it's just ink. And this definitely does need a few more items on it. So I have this cute little pumpkin. And I do have some green and ivory flowers from another project that I did with, oh goodness, blue fern. So I might put that there. And then I do have the clocks and the hearts from the punch outs of the chipboards. So if you've ever wondered what to do with those, and then I do need to sand them, though I don't like when the edge, they leave little pokey things. Let's kind of center those and just start laying out your elements to see exactly what it is you like. If you want more flowers, you can always make more. I have to, there we go, smash these down, or you can add your ready-made flowers along with our handmade flowers. You can hand make more flowers. And so that's kind of what I'll do on my cover. I'm going to remove these. I'm not going to exactly put them down now because I do like to clean off these edges where I've punched them out. That just kind of bugs me. Now, I have this really neat looking side. And what I'm going to do, I have these really cute chipboard pumpkins, buttons, but I do want to tie the string in them. Let me see if I can bring that, there we go. Bring that up a little bit. So I will be putting those on the edge. Again, I need to clean up those edges, ink it, and put the twine in. And over here, I probably will just I'll leave this side plain. Whoops, I'll leave this side plain unless, I know there were some other cutouts. I may even just take one of the borders from the front and add along there. So those are some of the things you can do, and these are the elements I was mentioning earlier, and I wanted to show you something with these. I'll be getting more of these in for Halloween. This thing is indispensable. You can buy it at Joann's in the button department, because when you get your charms, say you don't want this on here, and this is really the only thing I have found. And make sure you're wearing eye gear or you're going to do it over the garbage, because see, it will fly. It's going to just cut that right off. And it just does it with such ease. So it cuts the shanks off of buttons. And it's gone. Because sometimes you just don't want that there. So I need to get it down in, turn it over. Just go up to Joann's and then just keep cutting it until you make sure you get the edge off. And then once again, you can use some fine sandpaper if it does feel like it's going to be sharp to you. And you can cut those right off. Love that. Let me show them to you again. Joann's, just right in the button. They're called a shank cutter. So I know my pumpkin's going to go on the inside back. Of course, bats do go at the top, so I might put it up here with the flowers that I had earlier. To play with it a little bit. Now it just takes 2 on this one. So if I use that, I'll just do 2. Put my bat in there. Whoop, coming out. And then I do have a spider web, so if I want to incorporate that anywhere, you know, I can. Maybe up there with the... Just have to play with it. So there is... I'm going to remove this. We don't have any glue on our... That is our... oh, inside. So on the inside, I forgot. I am just going to cover this with... Let me show you. This one with the rabbit. The square hair it's called. So I'll cut this, and it's going to be the 7 by 9, and then I'm going to use it also in here. I'm stuck on something and I don't want to just pull it. Oh, there we go. In here on my spine pieces, those 2 spines. So I'm going to put the rabbit, and then in here is my pumpkin. And again, I'll put that down on that pumpkin after I go to bed, because if I do it now, it just isn't going to be dry enough. And then I also figured something out. Remember how I mentioned this was driving me nuts? That other flower I made, I've actually put it on a clip, and I don't want to open it yet. And I'm going to use it up here at the top to actually hold those together while it's closed. So like I said, it's not quite dry. So I just took the flower on the back here with the E6000. I am going to let it dry overnight, and then I'll be able to open it. And it's not a necessary thing. It's just it drives me nuts. Now the only thing is I'll have to be careful. It will also hold this doubly down, but I really do. I like it, and I like that it holds that up. Gotta be careful. It's still wet. And then I did have this one. I had bought this at a clearance back on Christmas, and to be honest with you, I debated if I wanted it to hang off the side. I don't know if you can see that. So actually it still might go. I still might punch my hole and put it through. So see, you have a lot of things to decide. I will be back with the walkthrough, but I want to get the tutorial up so you can get started. And I hope that you enjoyed this. I'm really glad I made another one because I love this paper. Been wanting to make something with it forever. And I'll get it finished, and then I'll get the walkthrough done on this. So thanks for watching, and I really enjoyed doing the tutorial for everybody. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.